What is up, folks? Welcome back to a slightly cleaner HomePod repair live stream. Let's get ourselves something to drink here. I got some melon ramen. That's kind of the only flavor I really like of these. Oh, I'm being dumb. I've had like 2 of these before, so. There we go. Oh, I just cleaned my desk too. Pity. Did you know if you want to drink these without the ball clogging up the drink there, you've got the 2 little nubs here to hold the ball in place while you actually drink it. All right, let's see, what have we here? We've got Emilio. Welcome back, Emilio here. We took a look at theirs at the end of our last stream and attempted a software restore on it. Good news, it succeeded. I'll go ahead and boot this up for you folks. So, Emilio's succeeded a USB restore, and they opted for the extra hardware maintenance and a warranty, so we're gonna knock that out now. Let's find them and let them know. Beautiful. So, that survived its restore. It survived some weekend torture. It is worthy of a bit of hardware maintenance and a warranty from us. So, we'll let Emilio know. There we go. And then after that, we've got Boomy. We'll go ahead and let Boomy know they're up next. Alright, Boomy has been messaged. And then we've got Denny. So Boomy's got some death farts. Denny's got no power. We'll go ahead and message them. And cool. Okay, I think we've messaged enough people in the queue. We've got a few to add into the list there. We've got Jai. Jai has no power. And then we've got Marty with no bass that ended up eventually with blinking volume buttons, funny enough. So it's got a few issues going on with it. We've got Alex with no power, and we'll wrap up with Jeremy with no power. Whew. Okay, let me get my cameras up here too, because I want to make sure, you know, if someone's going to be breaking into my house, I want to at least see them coming. There we go. Last but not least, I suppose we'll let the Discord server know. Copy that link, paste it here, and okay. Enough of the other stuff. Let's get to fixing here. So yes, Emilio succeeded in a software restore at the end of our last stream. I actually ended the stream before letting you guys watch it finished, but it did finish, and clearly it restored and sets up wonderfully now. But we're gonna go ahead and take it apart now and do a little bit of maintenance. That's gonna be some new DC filters. Those like to go bad and cause death farts and bass issues. Then we will see if it needs a new Schottky diode to prevent that no power issue. Give it a little sniff and look around, and then we'll put it together with a new subwoofer gasket. Stefan, welcome. Brian, welcome. Good to hear, and I'm glad to hear that we didn't need to get a whole new display on there either. I'm really surprised how well it cleaned up, but at the same time, I think it's glass, so like regardless of whatever coating is on it, if you sit there and scrub and clean it enough with the right stuff, you can, you know, make it as clean as glass again. I'm sure I could have spent a few more hours on it, but I got it to a point where I think it was pretty darn good. You could, if you wanted to keep going at it, all I did was I took just a white towel and 99% iso alcohol, and I just sat there and I scrubbed it out. Uh-oh, Mike is here. Oh, I guess it's a good thing this thing's getting some maintenance, because it sounds like part of the frame for the main logic board is actually busted. I only got 3 of those screws out. There's the 4th one. Ooh, yeah. Logic board did not get smashed up, so that's good. Let me go grab some super glue. Super! Because, well, I used to just not care and replace these plastic speaker baskets whenever they showed up broken like this, but I'm starting to run out of them, and that is not a good long-term solution. But a few years ago, I glued a few of my own broken speaker baskets together, and they have been holding up just fine, so I don't have a problem doing what must be done these days. I'm gonna get some. Where's my? My kid was in here. Oh, yeah, there it is. I can't live without Tim's tears. We can't fix HomePods without Tim's tears. Just a towel and alcohol, yes, Brian. I use the 99% that you can get on Amazon because you just can't find. You can get a really good deal on a lot of alcohol at on Amazon, but sometimes local stores stock them for a better price. Okay, let's glue this back in real quick. I don't need a lot of glue. And I'm actually going to use my iron to melt the cracks of this back together too before we wrap it up. But that'll at least get us started. Okay, and then when I get this basket off, I'll do the same thing to the bottom of it. Anyways. Okay, this one. There we go, that's not going anywhere, more or less than any of the rest of them. And if it does, then they're going to have bigger problems than that. Let's get this subwoofer out of here. I don't know where your pods are, Mike. Track them. You got a tracking number. Oh, yeah, I gave you a tracking number. I know I gave you a tracking number. You're messing with me. Subwoofer looks and smells good. Oh yeah, no, didn't you arrange something with Stefan? They're going to Stefan. Oh, that's my phone. Ugh. Mike's on his way to Serbia right now. Here we are. Let's get up close. Let's get personal with those filters after we fix our camera here. That's a lot better. Okay, we're gonna give it some new fart filters first, since those love to go bad and cause all sorts of issues like death farts and no bass. I am just dropping everything today. Okay. Nothing like a clean desk to see what you're freaking doing. Let's get it dirty. Very good, very nice. We've got room to spare. Let's see if it needs a new Schottky diode. Ooh, it does. It's got a 46K date code on there, so we'll get that replaced before it needs it. Marvin, what is up? Welcome back. Any new info about the router? Yeah, it's definitely a hardware issue. I'm looking for... So I believe what I'm looking for is a replacement amp. Because it's got two for the 2.4 gigahertz front end and one for the 5. The part number... See, I've got the part number. It was like SC5005L. But DigiKey and mouse are both out of them. And I'm a little nervous about buying op amps off AliExpress. Did I eat anything today? I did! We went to Costco. We had to pick up some meds for my wife. And I said, heck it, let's get a hot dog. We're doing good. Okay, that's silly, Marvin. I don't inhale HomePods. I eat the old parts though. No sense throwing them to waste. They taste like, you know, those black kitchen cooking utensils? That black plastic that like smells absolutely awful when you burn it. Yeah, that's kind of what it tastes like. Might need to restart your Mac and uh-oh, I've only got 3 more. Well, I've got a whole nother bag of like 150, but that means it's time to order more. We already eat microplastics, though. Yeah, I mean, that might be true, but just because these filters can't remove DC voltage anymore doesn't mean they can't remove other stuff. That's what I think. Eating the expired HomePod filters counteracts the microplastics. Where do you get those rings from? You're talking about my subwoofer gaskets? My subwoofer? I get mine from simplybearings.co.uk. I mean, it's a pretty standard size. I think... I'm gonna pin a message in my Discord server. In the HomePod support channel of my Discord server, you should see a pinned message with a link to the ones that I buy and specifications for anything that would fit smaller or bigger. There's a bit of room to play there. You are correct, Stefan. This is a slightly cleaner desk. Just slightly. Just a little. Just enough for me to not get my hands dirty every time I touch something. just every other time now. If and or when the day comes where I can no longer find an economical replacement for these stock foam subwoofer gaskets, I have kept I have literally hundreds of those original foam gaskets sitting around my room, and I plan on coating them in some sort of rubber, and that would make them very similar to the Gen 2 gaskets, because the Gen 2 HomePod subwoofer gasket is a foam ring with 2 rubber layers around it. Quite fancy. Well, there we go. There we go, Emilio. Still boots right up like a champ. All right. We've got Boomy now. They have no power. After that, we've got Denny with some... Oh, Boomy. It's not no power. Yeah, we've got a fun one. Well, kind of a fun one. Not the most common one we see here, but like the second most common, I suppose. Ooh, I can feel it through the desk. Alright, so we've definitely got some pretty bad DC filters in there. Let's get those replaced. And while we're in there, we'll see if it needs a new Schottky diode. and stick it on there. Flux. I hear something in there. There is there's something rattling around in there. Oh, I know what it's gonna be. I know what that rattling is. That is going to be the 10 ohm resistor next to the subwoofer connector on the amplifier board. I bet you that's blown up from these death farts. Subwoofer feels okay. We'll have to see if it's alright. And the subwoofer survived. Oh, yep, I called it. 10 ohm resistor next to the subwoofer is all nice and crunchy now. I'm gonna try to put this over here from now on. Maybe that'll be more out of my way. I don't know. We'll see. Alright, I'm going to dust that out real quick because there's broken components flying around in there. And Okay, let's see. There's that 10 ohm that 10 ohm resistor that I was talking about. Yeah, what's left of it. We'll replace that after we get some new filters. These are what went bad and caused this and all their other issues. They go bad because that's literally just what they naturally do. It's the weight of the ceramic crystalline structure that makes them up. It sort of relaxes over time, for lack of a better way to put it. And well, you could bring them up to a temperature and let them bake for an hour or two at what's called the Curie temperature. And that will essentially, after they cool back down, reset their crystalline structure and make them good as new again. But considering we've been seeing these filters going bad as early as a year or two after production, I'm not taking those chances. I'm not reconditioning probably crappy filters to begin with. We'll just replace them with known quality good ones that should last for at least another 5, 15 years, maybe a lot more. Hard to say without more info on these boards like schematics, but we do know that these will last. Awesome. And I spotted a 48K dated diode, so those go bad and causes no power. We'll get that replaced, and then we'll replace that roasty resistor. And that should be it for this HomePod. Well, that'll be alright. The top pins of that diode are internally connected on the board to the bottom pad of that capacitor, so if they end up connecting to each other on the board, as we can see there, that's all the same inside of the board. So I'm not worried about that. Very nice. last but not least, we've got that roasty 10 ohm resistor to replace. Let's get that out of here. Doesn't matter how we put this resistor on there, upside down, right side up. We just need the pads on the pads. We'll do it fancy, we'll do it upside down. Make it unique. Make it its own. FedEx just delivered something to my mailbox. It's a little late for that today, folks, don't you? Oh, it is only 1:45. Thought it was a lot later in the day than that. Well, I'm not going back to the UPS store today. I'll have to wait till tomorrow. So we've got new filters on there. That's what went bad and caused their rather loud popping, their death farts, and that 10 ohm resistor to blow up too, so we got that 10 ohm resistor replaced. We got a new Schottky diode on there to prevent no power issues too, since it had one dated 1748K, a date code that we know very well around here causes no power. We'll get this put together with a new subwoofer gasket, and that'll make it good as new. Now, there won't be much of an obvious difference to anyone here and now that whether this is fixed or not. You kind of have to get an ear for these things. How good or bad that pop is, how good or bad those filters are. How loud that pop is isn't always a giveaway of the condition of the filters. All first gens, all second gens make that pop as they go in and out of standby, but well, look at that, that's a lot better.
I'm having trouble
I can't say I even heard anything that time. And just a tiniest tick there when we unplugged it, so that seems significantly improved. We have to let them sit in overnight, of course, for accurate results, such as the nature of the filter. Here we go, we've got Denny now. After Denny, we've got Jai. Denny. With no power. And then Jai. We'll go ahead and let Jai know they're up next here. Let's find them. There they are. Cool. So, Denny here, no lights, no power. Couple of watts from the wall. That all looks to me like the usual dead diode on the amplifier. If it was like pulling 0 watts from the wall, and I don't mean you plug it in and it spikes to 7 and then drops to 1 or 0. That's something else. You plug it in and the power meter doesn't budge at all. That's a blown fuse. That we're almost never going to see around here, though. It's really rare. More common for folks running these on 200 to 240 volts AC, but here where we've got 100 to 120 volts AC, I almost never seen blown fuses in these. Usually, I see a couple of watts pulled from the wall, nothing else, indicating a short somewhere, and usually that short is that diode on the amplifier. Of course, there's other things we have seen come in here causing no power. We've seen all sorts of physical damage cause things. We've seen blown amp chips. We've seen leaked electrolytic capacitors that have corroded everything else inside. But I'd say like 99 out of every 100 of these that show up for no power, it's this darn dead diode. Subwoofer still in good shape. Foam gasket, probably not so much. We'll replace that with a solid rubber one. I don't know what happened to my brain there. Strange. There we go. Something felt like it was still binding up in there. Here we go. Filters first. These love to go bad and cause all sorts of bass issues, so we'll replace them before that happens. Oops. How did you do that? There we go. Some fancy, fine, fresh new filters on there. What do we got? A 46K? Yeah, 1746K for a diode on there. Let's get that replaced. That's what's causing our power issue. And by replacing it with a brand new one, that'll permanently prevent this from happening again. Unlike those filters that eventually they all go bad, they need to be replaced again, that's the nature of the filter. These diodes shouldn't be going bad, only a particular date range of them go bad. Must have been the way they doped them up at the factory for those 2 weeks. Something funny in the water, essentially. But we'll get that taken care of, since Apple didn't. Can't put it past them for not doing anything about it at this age, but when we figured this out 3-4 years ago, we identified this problem, that a whole date range of these diodes were going bad. Not every HomePod's affected, but most of them have these date-coded diodes inside. Out of a few different dozen date codes used, there are 2 that are problematic. There's no association with the serial or date code on the HomePod, so unfortunately you gotta either wait for it to happen or rip it apart and look and find out. But at least it's a simple, easy fix. It stays fixed. And we know a few other things to prevent while we're in there. Only pods. What am I doing? Big Mike, welcome back.
trouble connect. I'm having trouble.
All right. Let's move on now to Jay's HomePod. Jay or Jai, I'm not actually sure how you pronounce that. My apologies. But we do know how to fix their issue here. No power, no lights, no nothing there other than the usual couple of watts from the wall. So let's get that fixed. Black top on red HomePod is a good choice. A better choice than probably the red top that I sent you. I mean, there's a reason why that one was But anyways, now that we've figured out how to conceal those volume buttons during the coloring process, I think that the results from the display shining through the colored top, I think it looks darn good enough to justify doing those. Okay, so Jai, I just shot you a question. To elaborate on that, basically, I've got a shortage of logic boards for space gray HomePods at the moment. It's a very popular color. So, I've got plenty of parts white HomePods, and I've got plenty of space gray HomePods with everything but the logic board. So I can take what we can do here after this one, we'll go ahead and whip up a refurb for you here. And it'll essentially just be a space gray HomePod with this part from a white HomePod in there to make it work. Listen, Mike. Listen here, Mike. Oh, Vishal, what is up? Welcome. Welcome back. Glad to hear that pod's doing good. Cool. So it sounds like they are good for a white HomePod's logic board inside of a space gray. We'll get that put together right after this one here, after we get this fixed up. Did I booze this one up? I swear I did. Are Tim's tears not salty enough for this silicone adhesive? Oh, no, apparently not this time around. Wow. Okay. Have I ever dyed a Mini? I have not. I don't really ever plan on it. They have enough colors as it is, and they do a darn good job of them. What colors do I have? I have an orange, black, and white. I need to get my hands on a blue and a yellow one. But I got an orange one, and the only reason I have the orange one is because it's a demo unit. You plug it in and it just does what they do at the store. And there's no resetting it. And I'm perfectly happy with that. I like having non-standard HomePod stuff. And I'm happy to trade people if they end up getting their hands on like demo or prototype HomePods. And dang it, they just want a working HomePod. They don't care if it's a prototype or a demo or a store unit or not. They just wanted a working HomePod. I'm happy to trade you. I'll make you a good deal. Made someone a deal a few weeks ago on that white prototype that we took apart recently. Wasn't too special other than the base on it, but still special enough for me to obsess about. Dan, welcome back. Heck, we got a real audience today. Look, Ma, I got like a whole suburban full of people watching me right now. You'd be proud. $14, count them. 14 screws for the amp to the tweeters. Let's get those filters replaced first. A little bit of our signature maintenance here. We figured out eventually that these filters go bad and are what causes death farts. Way back when, before anybody knew what was causing death farts, people thought it was this amp chip over here causing it, and I set out to prove that wrong and find out how to fix it. And long story short, I came across a blog post that talked about how DC offset gets worse with heat if it's a filtering issue, and that's when I figured, what if I start hitting the board with a bunch of heat until I see which area of the board reacts the most to that heat. I had a multimeter hooked up to the subwoofer so I could see the DC output get worse or better depending on how close I was to those filters with my heat gun. And that's how we found those, that's how we figured out those filters were what caused death farts. You know, it was just a matter of sacrificing a good amp board and pulling those filters off to measure them, see what capacitance they stuck on there, and then simply powering on the board and measuring the voltage that they see gives us a good way to determine what voltage rating we should replace them with. I mean, we way overshoot it. I only see 20 to 25 volts across these things, but I replace them with 50 volt caps so that there's, you know, if these things are prematurely aging, like that, I suspect that these should be lasting a lot longer than we're seeing, and these are more premature failures than standard just aging failures. But As time goes on, that'll only be less and less true. Won't matter in any case, we'll get them replaced with good new ones so they won't fail anytime soon and need to be replaced. I'd rather take a few extra minutes and spend a few extra dollars in parts on everyone's repairs to prevent a problem that could cause them to need to be sent back to us down the road for more expensive repairs. If those filters go bad, usually they start roasting the woofer and other parts of the amp and making everything a more expensive repair. So I like to stay ahead of that stuff. The one thing I hate the most about working on HomePods is getting one that I've already worked on back. So there we are at our 46K dated shot key diode that's failed and caused no power. Unlike those filters that naturally age over time and go bad, this diode shouldn't have gone bad at all. It's just a particular batch of them out there going bad, so we'll get that replaced and permanently resolved. I was wondering why things were coming off a little faster than usual. I mean, 500's fine, but I'd rather not. If we're in and out, if we're careful, no big deal. But I'd rather set a decent example for people and not encourage everyone to go bake their boards at 500 unless they need it. I do need to make a new how-to repair guide, how-to video for fixing first gens. We've learned a lot along the way. Learned some new tips and tricks, things to avoid. That's it for the board repair. Let's get this back together. compare another white first gen to the one I fixed. Should I find a used non-working and have me fix it, or buy one of my refurbs? I sell refurbished first gens for $170 with US shipping included to you, or $160 if you've got another HomePod here that we are already fixing and that we can ship back with your other repaired pod. But in any case, if you can get your hands on a broken HomePod for about $90 or less, and of course the less you can get it for, the more you'll save. But $90 is the max target that you want to try to spend on a busted HomePod in order to end up saving money. Instead of to have it shipped to me and fixed and returned to you. So if you're looking at broken HomePods to have fixed and what have you, have them shipped directly to me. Put in my shipping address during checkout so it doesn't complicate things. Make sure you put my name and my box number on there. Don't put your name and my box number, though. That'll confuse them. And then, give me a heads up, of course. But if you can get your hands on a broken HomePod for $90 or less, shipped to me, then almost anything that it would need fixed would cost less to fix and have shipped back to you than one of my refurbs. And I always prefer that, because I'm trying to hoard as many HomePods as I can, but I don't want to hoard too many when people only have a few and they want a few more. It's hard to justify keeping so many for myself. But I have been paying a pretty penny for these, for broken ones. Not good prices recently. Because someone keeps outbidding me. But that's okay. If you want to let me know what you're looking at buying before you buy or bid on it, I'm happy to not, outbid you on it or touch it. Let you know how much it would be to get fixed, and if it's a good idea to even, get it fixed or not, or if it would be a complete cluster and a lost cause. Mike probably fell asleep. Alright, let's see. We've got a very, very nice looking space gray HomePod here that just needs a logic board. We've got a white HomePod here that just needs everything else, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet.
Very good, very nice. Let's confirm really quick what's up with this one. Oh, it does turn on. Alright, let's make sure it boots all the way up and that it's got a logic board. Oh, it does not. Nope, it does not have a working logic board. Let's see, I should have another one here. I believe this is a working logic board. Let's find out here. No lights, no power. Is this a... Did I just grab a bad... logic board? Oh, no, okay. So this HomePod seems to have simply just no power. Let's find a different one here. This one looks just as good. There we go. Okay. I'll put this one to the side and fix that later. Let's make sure this boots up and then we'll take it apart and refurbish it for Jai here. Make them a fine and dandy first gen. Refurbished first gen. Ugh. Let's see. Cool. I'm not going to use this display. This display is pretty yucky. Got another one right here. Much better shape. Go ahead and use that. Let's get this logic board all covered up. And let's do a little bit of refurbishing here. We're going to replace the usual failure components, pretty much everything you see us replacing in most of these HomePods. That's the diode for no power, the filters for death farts, the subwoofer gasket, anything else we spot sniffing around. When you say horde, what are we talking about? Oh, I mean, I would like to have like 100 or so HomePods. I would like to temporarily own up to 500 of them and go to Base Island and then make a couple funny videos out of 500 HomePods playing stuff at once and then give most of them away. That's dusty. It's time for the Wolf Box. Headphone users, you've been warned. Headphone users, welcome back. Subwoofer's looking good and smelling good. Oh yeah, I don't want 500 HomePods just to say I've got 500 HomePods. I mean, that's a reason, but that's not the reason. I want to do some cool, fun, funny stuff with them. Answer some questions, and then do something good with a bunch of them. And give a bunch of them away. But I mean, that's like that's a perfect sponsor opportunity right there. I'm just not big enough. We only even have 3,000 subs. We're getting close. But right now, we're still stuck in the daily HomePod repair grind, so we're not gonna grow that fast doing the same thing every day. We gotta find some new things to do. Not that we're gonna be quitting doing any HomePod repairs. It's just, the HomePods are gonna slow down eventually, right? Unless people keep apparently giving them to Mike and not me. Alright, let's give it some new filters first. Well, see, I don't want to get stuck doing, fixing one thing again. I love HomePods, so if it was anything else, I probably wouldn't still be doing it. But I love HomePods so much. That's why I still keep fixing them. That's why I've sacrificed so much to figure out how to fix so many of their problems. That's why I'm still here 3 years and thousands of them later fixing them. all the same. But I don't feel that way about many other products because not many other products out there make me feel the same way, just simply. So I'm not going to feel as motivated to grind so much and hard on other stuff, perhaps. And I've tried Vision Pros, but it doesn't, you know, it's cool. But it didn't make me go wow like my first HomePod listening ever went. And then wow again when I got my first stereo pair. Like, I mean, I've tried enough virtual reality headsets that it wasn't my first go. And I'm not saying I wouldn't get into fixing them when I can get my hands on a broken one to explore. And I'm sure as they start falling out of warranty, people will want to send them in to us to get fixed either way. But that's not the point. The point, I want to, you know, I want to do some other stuff too. Fix a few things here and there. Create a few things here or there. Invent things, you know. I don't know. I love fixing stuff, but it's not the only thing I want to do. I want to do more. Oh, welcome back, Mike. You missed the HomePod giveaway. That about wraps up the refurbishment for this pod. Well, I was the winner, so I get the HomePod. I won. Sorry, Mike. But thank you for your generous donation, Mike. I greatly appreciate it. We couldn't have done this giveaway without you. Rick, goodness, what's up? I hope you're doing alright out there. These are smart speakers. And you can put smart in quotes, depending on who you ask. But in any case, I think that they are fantastic sounding speakers at the end of the day, but they got 7 little tweeters in the bottom, a big bass speaker up top. They're basically an iPhone 6 on the inside. I'm out of gaskets. I'm out of gaskets. What do I do? Aha! Just kidding. I've got more. Oh, that's a big bag. I can't fit it anywhere. Kind of stinky. I actually bought all that they had in stock over at what was this? The O-Ring store. I bought them all. And my next most cost-effective option, believe it or not, is importing them from the UK. Thank you, James Bruton, on YouTube, for mentioning Simply Bearings, because when I found that website, I thought it was BS, but I mean, that guy, if that guy's taking sponsorships from him, it's gotta be half legit. Oh, now I want tacos too. I'm gonna have to talk to my wife when she gets home. And Dan has single-handedly boosted the taco market by mentioning tacos in this chat and getting all of us to go make some tacos tonight. Alright. One refurb for Jai there. We'll give it a good wipe down, make sure it's all updated, ready to rock for him. Beautiful. Fantastic. Amazing. Awesome. Let's see how much more damage we can do here today. We've got Marty here with a very fancy and very good looking business card business going there. I'll go ahead and leave that there. I hope they don't mind. But yeah, we've got Marty here. And after that, we've got Alex. So we'll let Alex know they're up next. Marty. So this one's interesting. because they reached out to us and said that it originally had developed no bass, and then after that it started blinking volume buttons. Kind of interesting. So here's what we're going to do for this one. We're going to attempt a software restore and see if that's all it needs. Or if it's going to need a new logic board for its hardware repairs, along with that no bass issue that we'll have to get to. But first things first, we need to see if it needs a new, most expensive, most important part there, that logic board. Let's see. I'm going to text Alex first and let them know they're up next. Cool. Alex has been notified. We've got the blinkies on Marty here. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to rip that base off. We're going to protect ourselves. We don't want to scratch that moving this around the table here. We'll get this screwed down. Our fancy 3D printable USB adapter. You can get the files yourself, or you can buy the adapter pre-made for you off my shop site, nixfix.com. I got a link to my shop at the top there. You never know what's wrong with your HomePod without giving it a go, unfortunately. So let's see here if we've got a good one or a bad one. Meaning, in other words, is the primary issue with this HomePod a hardware issue or a software issue? Can't tell without trying to restore it first and just kind of seeing what errors it gives you. Like this last one here I was looking at was failing to go into restore mode. Looked like a pretty severe issue with the actual CPU itself. But let's see what this one's got for us. We'll run our commands: gaster pwn, gaster reset, and iDevice restore. I've got screen share, but I'm frankly just feeling too lazy to set that up right now. Especially if this proceeds through the restore process, it could take 15-20 minutes. I'll just put this to the side and we'll start working on the next HomePod while this restores. We will see. Once we get a progress bar, then that'll pretty much tell us if we're in the clear or not. That is looking good. we'll see messages like this for probably, I mean, gosh, this by itself could take another 5 or 10 minutes. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to scoot this carefully over to the side. Put this down on the ground. All right. And we're going to move on to the next one. A little multitasking here. We got to keep things moving. So here's Alexander. They've got no power. Go ahead and check that. Mm-hmm. Okay, so let's get their name up on the screen there, next to Marty's. And here we go. What's our restore progress at for this one? It's still going. That'll take a while. I'll check on it every few minutes here and call it out. Will your pod still work if you drill a hole through the middle of the display? Maybe. You have a chance. You have a chance. Depends on how far it goes. Oh, Marty, no power. I got that one written down wrong. Marty is bricked. There we go. Speaking of which, where is Marty's restore progress at? It looks like it's still ping-ponging. Might actually have a chance of fixing this HomePod before that Marty's HomePod finishes USB restoring. man, 260ZX. So that would have had the 2.6 liter straight six. Is that right? I don't think they had. I don't think they had the voice warning in the 260. I think that was the 280 that they first had that. Huh, interesting. Let's take a look at our restore progress. It's still ping-ponging. Stefan, you better delete that chat message. I'd rather your first car be a motorized radial flyer wagon than a... I mean, if you get it for the right price, then I couldn't complain, but I would just turn around and sell it. Get something else. If anything, just by the association and the guy that runs the company, but we'll leave it at that. We'll leave it. Alright, a little bit of maintenance done to keep the death farts away. Let's knock out the reason for no power here. What have we got? A 48K date code on that diode. Not surprised. I'll be surprised when we don't see one of those 2 date codes that we keep seeing on these. That'll be a game changer, I'll say. That'll be an absolute game changer, I'll say. Unseen. Unheard of. I gotta hold my iron away from that HomePod because the speakers keep turning it off. Not iron, it's a hot air gun, not an iron. I should do it. We're still ping-ponging on Marty's USB restore over there. I think we've got a good chance we'll get this fixed and back together on Alex's pod before before Marty's restore finishes. Let's see. But why? But why? There we go. Just put that screw somewhere else. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, they're all gonna be like that, huh? Nope. Mike, I had a heart attack for a second because I read the comment before I saw the name. Look at my keyboard! Oh, did I type that in wrong? Of course I did. There we go. It's got to restore progress. We've finally finished the ping pong games. It has moved on to restoring. The clock is ticking. Can we put this one back together before that one finishes restoring? Yes, the O-rings are expensive, but they quickly get cheap as soon as you buy more of them. And of course, you know, I'm buying them by the hundreds, so I don't want to pay more than absolutely at most $1 a piece. And $1 a piece is still too expensive for me, but but if you you gotta buy in bulk to get the good price on them. Otherwise, that's about what you're gonna pay for them from anyone anywhere that's willing to have them sit on a shelf for so long just for people to come around and buy one or two every once in a while. And I mean, I could sell them, but for people not in the US, I mean, even within the US, I'm still gonna have to charge $10 for shipping at least, and then what do I charge, like $2 for it, and I make $1 on it and end up losing the money in gas and time putting the thing together and shipping them all over the place? Man. I'm gonna win! I'm gonna win! Yeah, fixed a HomePod faster than you can restore one. And we had a head start on that USB restore. We'll go ahead and let Jeremy know they're up next then, I suppose.
I'm having trouble connecting.
Beautiful. Here we go, Jeremy. Let's shoot him a message. Okay. Jeremy has been messaged. This is Jeremy's pod. That's Marty's pod. Marty's pod's on the computer there, USB restoring. It looks like it's almost done. Let's see, Jeremy, no lights, no power, no nothing there. I don't know how many watts it's pulling because I'm using that power cable for this USB pod. Oh, okay. Let's get this fixed. Chances are it's the usual dead diode in there. We'll replace the filters that cause death farts while we're there. We'll give it a new subwoofer gasket. We'll smell around and see if anything else stinks. And that should be it. Why did Apple decide that it needs that seam? Well, it's in the back. To be fair, it's where you'd least likely see it, where the power cable comes out right here. That's considered the back if you ask me. But they've got to have a seam somewhere, and if you ask me, they did a pretty good job hiding it. Pretty good job with what they got. It's on the front of yours? Restore finished. Marty finished restoring. Let's flip that around and see what it's got for us. Booting up. Yeah, send us a picture of that. Curious what you're seeing there. There we go. The first challenge has been cleared for Marty's HomePod. We got its software restored. It is no longer blinking volume buttons. But now, exactly as we expected, it has no bass. So that's they said it had no bass for a bit before it started blinking volume buttons at them. And based on how long that took to USB restore, I imagine it was pretty likely that it got its power pulled in the middle of an update. So we'll take a look at that next here. That'll be the last one too. Would you look at that? I'm gonna put theirs to the side for now, and we'll come back to it. Marty will be back, do not worry. I just want to make some room for myself here. Here we go up close. Let's get those filters replaced first. These have nothing to do with the power issue, but they do often go bad and cause death farts. We've seen it here a lot. Second most common issue they come in for. Closely tied, or to be tied with those blinking volume buttons issues. Chances are these filters are what went bad and caused Marty's no bass issue before its blinky demise. But we'll find out here. Repair some more. We've been going at it for almost 3 hours now. I'm surprised my wife isn't back yet. We're lucky with what we've got, but we'll see if I'm hoping I've got time to wrap Marty's up before we gotta go here. If by some magic we fix this one and we finish Marty's HomePod and we still have time, then I'll bring that Fritz box back out and we'll poke it a little bit, because I still need to basically confirm that it is the op amp that's blown up and not maybe something else. I was seeing it's so close to short to ground, but it's not quite. It's like 200. It kind of changes based on the heat, more or less 100 to 200 ohms to ground across some of those components near that power chip. So I have a feeling it's that op amp down the line that is 2 seconds from going dead short completely. If we've got time, I would love to at least poke around that a little bit, maybe pull the op amp off and confirm that our resistance readings go back to normal before ordering a replacement, if I can find a replacement. Here's our power problem, that 46K dated diode, of course. We'll get that replaced with a brand new one. It won't happen again. Can't say the same for those filters. They all naturally decay over time, so there's no avoiding it. But this shouldn't have failed in the first place. Oh, no, no. Get out of here, you dirty rascal. You've soiled my good diode. Wow, look at the pads on that. That was, that looks like it was starting to get somewhere. The way it had that, like, grid pattern on it. That, like, cross-hatching almost. Text. Oh, you guys want TTS for the next? Okay, all right. We'll try it once, but if people complain about it, I'm only doing it once. Or maybe we can make it like a Tuesday or a Thursday thing, like TTS Tuesday live stream. You guys can go ham. I was thinking we make Mondays like the stream where we like play music in the background, because like I really do hate working in silence. I hate working in silence. If I'm not streaming, I've pretty much got music going 24/7 around the house. I mean, that's why I love these things. You can just plop them and multi-room as much as you want, and it just sounds great everywhere you go throughout the whole house, and it's easy. But I'd like to do something like Monday streams, we listen to music in the background. Tuesday, I guess we could do text-to-speech or something else fun. I mean, figure something else out for the other days. We'll have one day where it's just totally normal, nothing crazy. Uh-oh, I see the Apple Card transactions. That means that she's probably wrapping up. And she might be getting ready to head back home. We gotta bust through these HomePods, because I'd really like to look at that Fritz box and come to a more solid diagnosis. It's not like I have to stream it, but I really like to, and I'm sure you guys like to watch it. I don't like taking Chris's time, but we'll use as much time as they're willing to give us to get it done. You got a free motion sensor? A free matter motion sensor? Man. I need to get me some free matter motion sensors. Well, see, I don't want to lock specific repairs to certain days because I don't want to make people wait a week. You know, if I get a weird thing to fix on a Thursday, I don't want to make them wait till the next Wednesday just because that's the day that I stream weird stuff fixes. You know, the priority is always, of course, to get what they sent to us fixed and back to them. And then second to that, show you guys how we do it and show them how we do it. And then, you know, after that, beyond that, we can have our fun. Can't always take your time on everything. Why is it glued when it has like 10 screws? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. And it's even stranger that they did away with that, gluing that part down on the second gen. What's up with that? Room tour when it's clean. What are your plans for the Q-Cat? You remember Wired giving those away? Oh, no way! Man, we saw that at RePC, and we had no idea what we were getting our hands on. We purely bought it because we thought the box looked cool. And when my wife was the one that picked it up and got it, and she opened it up and she started like, what is all this? This is so cool. And like it is the complete like QCAT kit. And I'd never heard of it before. Had to look it up and learn a whole new thing. I gotta learn how to use it. I'm gonna try to use it. I mean, I don't know how much of it's gonna work, but it's one of those things. I've got so much crap like that around here that I'll get to making a video on one day, when we have less to worry about fixing around here and more to worry about making content on. All right.
I'm having trouble connecting to the internet. I'm having trouble connecting.
Yeah, I bet you are, buddy. Okay. Let's get Marty's bass issue fixed and let's see if we can... Let's see if we can remember how to type here. All right, so Marty, congrats on the successful USB restore. Let's see if we can get their bass fixed. There's a few different causes we've seen for no bass. Some we've been unable to diagnose and find a fix for. Some are just a random short here or there on the amplifier. Sometimes just like a cap, capacitor, or maybe a MOSFET that took another capacitor out. Sometimes it's those death farts. Those DC filters went bad and it started death farting and roasting the bass speaker, and they might have just not gotten to it in time. We'll see here. I haven't gotten a text from the wife yet, so she's up in Woodinville right now, so we've got at least 20 to 30 minutes from the moment she texts us letting us know that she's on her way home. And I haven't gotten that text yet. And that means at this rate we'll have just enough time to get this fixed and spend a few minutes at least on that Fritzbox. Woohoo! A little dusty in there. I don't want that causing issues. I mean, maybe we can give Apple the benefit of the doubt with the glue holding this basket down and say they wanted to make sure that this wasn't going to rattle. Maybe it was just an over-engineering solution, and they realized that it ended up making it too difficult to work on these even for themselves, and they decided not to. They didn't need the glue in the second gens, so they didn't. I think that's probably the situation. And I've never gotten any of these back for any issues related to not gluing them back together. Bass speaker looks okay, smells okay, for all intents and purposes, short of hooking it up to another audio source here. That subwoofer looks fine. So, based on our experience here, I know we should probably just go straight to the amp, not even bother test that subwoofer. Let's go straight to the amp and see what's going on there. Hurt my fingertip. I don't know on what or how. Man, that hurts. That feels almost like a splinter. But I don't see anything. Did I just like separate my fingernail from my... Yeah, that feels like that's what it is. Oh, I'm down a finger. Oh, this, no. Not now, not here, not now. All right, let's take a look. I don't see any obvious suspects at a visual inspection, which is good. Our 10 ohm resistor here looks okay, and our amp chip looks okay. So that means our problem is probably over here. Let's get our multimeter and look for our favorite shorts. Alright, first one is this cap right here. This is ground, and this one's not. And that looks okay. The second one is this cap here. I think this is ground, and this is not. Oh, but would you look at that? That is practically dead short. And I bet you we'll see a short over here too. Yep, so one or both of these two MOSFETs over here have gone bad, and this capacitor is also bad. This one's okay. We'll need to replace that based on my experience. Okay. So, let's go ahead and pull off what I know needs to be replaced and see if it goes away. Jason, welcome back. Be gone, Cap. Alright, and then let's go ahead and take that top MOSFET off out of those two. Man, this one's tough. I'm gonna have to crank it up. Take that. Take that. Get him. Get him. I see it. We got him. Okay. Is our short gone? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay. We've got a 0.1, I think, there. Microfarad cap. Let me yank one off another board here and make sure. Yes, I did just straight rip that off the board. Don't care. It's a parts board. Yeah, pretty much. What I thought. Let me make sure this is actually reading stuff here. Yeah. I got 100. Okay. So we got a 0.1 nanofarad, or 0.1 microfarad there. For this guy. And I've got new MOSFETs right here. iFixit has a picture of this amp board with a very clear photo of the orientation of that chip. Very handy. I'll memorize it one day. Once I've replaced this chip enough times, we're almost there. Let's see. GA1ED. So the lettering goes, if we want to read the lettering left to right, then we want to orient the board this way. And as for our replacement, if I look at my magnifying up here, okay. Little flux. Just like that. Got pretty lucky that it didn't move around too much there. It should pull itself fairly straight once that solder melts. There we go. Easy peasy. Oh, we knocked that bottom one out of place though. Let's fix that real quick. There we go. Got that MOSFET replaced. Put that other one we knocked out of place back. Let's make sure our short is still gone. Yep, we still don't see a short. So that should be enough. Sans a replacement cap over here. If that still doesn't work, then I think we'll need to replace that other MOSFET too. But let's try the easier stuff first here. That's pretty good. Okay, while the board is hot, I'm gonna go ahead and replace our DC filters. These don't cause this particular no base failure, but they will probably cause other issues down the line. So basically what you're saying, Stefan, is you scammed the scammer. That's what I'm hearing. Do the ends justify the means? Ooh, it's getting real windy. We might not have a stream for much longer here. Or power, for that matter. I need to scoot that bottom one up a little bit. It's a little close to that stuff. There we go. Last but not least, and of course, we need a Schottky diode because they've got one dated for 8K. This is what we've been replacing all day for all those no power pods. So let's get that out of here before it needs it, I suppose. Oh yeah, no, we don't have it nearly as bad as Erie right now. But it's going. We've got some interesting interesting weather going on right now. I really like it though. I love sunshine and rain. But sunshine and rain and a lot of wind at the same time, I'm not so much. Oh, you like my Z? Yeah, that's my little Tesla tickler right there. You'd be surprised how little it costs to go faster than a Tesla. Especially when you're willing to do it on your own time in your own driveway. Or, lucky for me, I've got a garage, so. But the garage right now is taken up by another Z, of course. Well, let's see if we've got our base back here. I have a feeling. You want the mods list of the 1986 Nissan 300ZX? Here's the rundown. I got it at the beginning. I got it just over a year ago to replace the 86 300ZX that I had for 10 years prior and lost in a car accident because someone wanted to look at their phone instead of the red light they were running and T-boned me and totaled my last C. So I claimed insurance, got a payout, replaced it with that one. It's the same year, 1986, Nissan 300ZX. I have to have the four-seater. I need the extra two seats in the back, and I love that I can just fold them down and have the extra cargo space if I need to. And I like that I can stick my kid back there if I wanna. Well, I don't now, because I'm still a little nervous about doing that after getting in an accident, even though it was not my fault at all. What can you do about someone running a red light at you? But the rundown for the Z, it's the 1986 GLL with the digital dash. I got it with 70,000 miles and unfortunately an automatic transmission and a non-turbo model. But the miles were right, and I figured, what the heck. I bought my wrecked totaled Z back from insurance so I could take all my parts off of that and move it over. I converted it from the automatic to a 5-speed manual. I put on a GT3071R ceramic ball bearing turbo. I've got pucker pipes to replace all the stock exhaust manifolds and hook up the bigger turbo in a better spot. I've got 500cc injectors that I've got going at well above stock fuel pressure, so I've got them going at like 60 psi. So they're more like, I think, like almost 600 and 650cc injectors at the moment, practically speaking. And I use Nistune. I chipped, of course I modified my stock ECU to chip tune it and learned Nistune and road tuning it all myself. Granted, I've gone through at least a dozen motors in that car by now. I've swapped through over a dozen motors, and not that exact Z, but my last Z, I spent a lot of time learning how to tune it, and it was kind of nice to be able to just move all those parts in that learning experience to a nice shell and drivetrain of a car, and then not blow that up. I learned on my suboptimal condition platform so that I wouldn't blow up my nice one. Not really how I wanted to get there, but we got there. Fritzbox, Fritzbox, Fritzbox. Fritzbox, Fritzbox. Stuff for the Fritzbox. Assuming it's got its base back, we'll see here. There we go. Okay. Fritzbox. Okay, so I think this is the 2.4 over here, right? 2.4's got the two big... Oh. Yeah. You know, if I had looked at that, that might have been a little more obvious. I mean, there's hints around. So here's the 2.4 front end ish. Well, anyways, I know these are the op amps for the 2.4, and then you've got what, 4 of them over here for the 5 gigahertz. But look at that. So that's what it should look like, and that's what that one looks like. It's kind of grody. What happened there? Is that factory flux? That's not my flux. Were they in there? Did they touch that? Well, we can use the one right next to it to kind of determine if anything's missing, I suppose. So we've got hair on my tweezers, of course. We've got a cap on the top and the bottom with more on each side. Yep, that looks okay so far. We got all those ones. Do we have those two and those two big ones? Yeah. Got 2 resistors and a couple more up there. Uh-huh. That all doesn't look like anything's missing. It's just strange that there's flux all over it. But that implies, okay, you know what that means probably? This chip itself got hot. And there's probably SMD flux under it that they used from the factory. And when the chip got hot, the flux came out from under the chip and got all over the rest of this. That's my best guess. I suppose let's go ahead and pull that off and see if... Because right now, what I did to get to this conclusion off camera the other night, if we look at the area we replaced our transistors or our MOSFETs or whatever last time, I started poking around here, and because there's 2 of them over here, I started comparing the differences between the two, seeing if I could find a difference between the two. And what I noticed was that there was a much lower resistance to ground on these 2 components than over here on these 2, on its mirror, on its brother over here. So I assumed that something down the line that these connect to must have gone bad, and it seems like I might be on the right track because that's what everyone else online is saying. And I'm coming across forum threads talking about these op amps going bad next. And of course, you know, looking at the difference of between the 2 here, that looks clearly maybe what's going on. It makes sense because we've got a 2.4 gigahertz signal coming out of this router, but it's weak. So I say we pull that chip. I say let's do it. I'm going to angle the board in such a way so that the heat that's going away does not hit anything too significant. I also want to stick some thermal material over these LEDs because I don't want to roast them. Okay, I think that'll be good. Let's get this amp off here. It's not coming up as fast as I wanted, so I'm gonna give it a break. Make sure I'm not roasting my LEDs here. No, those look okay. Should I just crank it up? A little 475 maybe? Or maybe it's not coming up because it's fused to the board. Let's rethink our approach here. What's going wrong? Well, I mean, the whole board's probably acting as a big heat sink. Oh, you know what I'm covering there? I don't think those are LEDs. I don't think those are LEDs. I still don't want to roast them. I'm not sure what they are, but... a little bit of flux. I don't think flux is going to help us take this off, but... a little flux on there. Yeah, once I looked closer, I realized those weren't LEDs. What they are? I'm not sure. I think we found our problem. It's just not coming off the board. Oh, we got him. Okay. So that wasn't the most heinous task. And if that wasn't the problem, I don't have a... that wouldn't be too difficult to put back on there. But it is the most direct thing here that I think most paths we've found online have led to. Let's see if my resistance readings have changed at all. I mean, this is about as far as I can go with it anyways. I don't have any replacement amps yet. No. No, I'm seeing 40 ohms to ground. And it's going back up as it cools off. So we'll give it a sec. Yeah, see, 85 ohms to ground on there. And if we check the same spot on another one, nothing. So like, I think the problem is still on the board. Let's go back over here. See if maybe something over here shows us a closer short to ground, maybe. Let's make sure our ground is good. Yeah. I mean, and maybe this is all expected too. Maybe those resistance readings are expected and that op amp is dead. And I'm not sure though. But we'll poke around here. We've got time to poke around and just kind of explore here. I don't see anything else over here that gives us any readings like that. That is odd. Clean it a bit? Okay, we can clean this up, yeah. Yeah. Let's see. If you do it while it's still warm, this stuff cleans up real nice. I'll clean the other side up too. It would be easier for Chris to get the same router again. It would, unfortunately, but all in the name of learning some stuff here. You know, if I've got the time, if they've got the time, and if we can save something from being junk, I'm all for it. Now, we were sitting on a ton of HomePods still, waiting to get fixed. Okay, that should be pretty clean. That actually didn't clean anything up. Hold on. Hold on. I got this. There we go. Okay. So that's this side. Everything actually looks pretty dang good. It just did not want to come off the board. It was taking all of that heat. Here is the other side where we replaced some stuff. Do note, I had moved this capacitor up. I'm looking to see if, and I mean, there's still some stuff there that looks kind of questionable, but the thing is, well, okay. What I first saw last night was this capacitor, and now it shows 180 ohms to ground. It's going back down a little bit. But kinda weird if you ask me. Especially when you compare this one, that's just completely open load. But if we switch to yeah, see, that's kind of what I expect. A really large resistance reading. Like we're seeing 19 kilo ohms. And then same on this one. Well, that one's a little less. But here, we only have 173 ohms to ground. Did I just find it? Yeah, that's what I thought. See, like nothing else over here looks bad. Nothing explains this. But I mean, I would almost rather tell them to put the money in a new one, or get a used one. Because the only two components I see that on are this cap and this little cap. But I moved that cap up so I could see if it was the cap or the pads connecting the cap, and that's that pad underneath it right there, and we see it directly on the board. Like something's pulling that dang near full on short to ground. It's close. Like they all. Oh? No, never mind. I was gonna say same thing over here, but we don't have the same thing over here. Oh, now it shows the same thing. Okay. Yep, that is my conclusion. I don't think I'm seeing actually any weird readings here. I think that it's just burned out the op amp at this point. So, I'll give him his options. He can. I mean, it'd be, for the same price as a used one, I can make this work for them, and that would, you know, in theory, be the best, because then you know everything's at least replaced and new, and not a year or 2 or 3 years used and that much closer to happening again. Does that 2R2 component look weird? Yes, there is a little chip of it missing. It was like that when we got it. Classic, you know, not my fault kind of thing. But you can look at the first stream we did, and it looked like that. Do you think that would? I don't think that's enough to really cause a problem. I think that they just took a tiny chip out of it when they were trying to take this component off. Or do you think? Yeah, the rest of it looks fine. It looks like it's in one piece, and I actually moved it. I took it off the board when we replaced that MOSFET before, and it looks fine, aside from just the little chip on the edge. I've seen inductors in much worse shape than that. So I didn't think much of it. Didn't feel like saying anything about that. But oh, as I was saying, I'd be willing to get this working again for them for as much as it would cost them to get a used one. I wouldn't do that for everyone. You know, that's not sustainable. That's not whatever. You know, I can't scale that. But for the first few, as we learn more about them, as we can figure out more efficiently how to get to a more straightforward diagnosis and or repair of them to make it worth more our time, you know, I can make that happen if we want to make that happen. But we gotta find that chip. We gotta find another one of these. Especially with how baked it looked and the flux that came out from it. Ask Chris where in Germany he was stationed. I can do that. I don't know if he wants to divulge that info, and I don't know if I'm totally comfortable asking them that. But I see, you know, we'll see. I'll see why not. Yeah, everything else looks pretty good, at least. My suspicion. Let's see, is there anything on the bottom of the chip that would say anything about how good it is? Nope. It's picked up all of the hair. I'm gonna go ahead and put that cap back while I'm thinking about it. Cool. Okay, well, oh, well, I guess what were you gonna get at, Marvin? If excuse me. Let's say he did divulge and tell us where where in Germany he's stationed. Or was stationed. I mean, that's a blob. It's a blob, but it's not touching nothing it shouldn't. We can confirm. See? Yep. We're good. We're good on that. That's not a problem. The 2R2 is still moving? No, it's not. No, it's not. That sucker's not going anywhere. That sucker's not going anywhere. Yeah. It's there to stay. Oh, it is moving a little bit, but it's it's moving the yeah, they all do that. They all move just a little bit. But that's the, that's the inductor flexing against its actual mounts at that point. Oh, that message was 2 minutes ago? Okay, no, I'm dumb. I'm silly, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let's look up our... I mean, even if they call this, even if we call this no fix and they let us keep it, I'm still going to try to find a new op amp for it and see if we can get it working. I've got the part number for one here. It was... I mean, they're saying something like test measurements should clearly indicate what components in the front end. But the thing is we see voltages on all of the test pads. I'm not sure what else there could be. We fixed all the HomePods, Mike. There are no more HomePods. There's no more HomePods to fix. We're closed. Let's see, can I find in SE5005L. See, what sucks is 5005. Oh, see, that's the 5 gigahertz amplifier. I want the 2.4. 055F. Oh, did you link it to me? I might just say screw it and get it from AliExpress. Are these the right ones, though? I don't know which one is it. The L? Is it the R? Is it the... I guess we could look at the data sheet here. Let's find out. What's confusing is if this is the 2.4, then why... why does the datasheet say this is a 5 gigahertz amplifier? Oh, that's a different part. I guess I'm looking at the wrong part number. QFE 1920. Oh, that's one heck of a... Oh, it's on DigiKey? It's on DigiKey. Oh, I can buy them. I have to buy them in bulk. That's funny. No, I can't get it from DigiKey. If I can get it from somewhere in the U.S. faster, then I'd rather do that. Let's see. Looks like it might be. It looks like it might be AliExpress. Alright, folks. Looks like I think we've got something to get, and it looks like we are all out of time. So, I hope you all enjoyed this live stream repair. I think I'm gonna order another one of those. And I think I've already got a link to your DC plugs, Mike, so maybe I'll try to find a cheaper one. I don't need so many of those. But anyways, I hope you all enjoyed this live stream repair, and I hope to catch you in the next one. Goodbye.